Yo, yo, yo. It's Monday. It's another stream day. We're playing more Disco Elysium. Let's get right into it, why don't we? Pull up the game. Let's see. Try and recall what happened last time. We, met Measurehead, which was an experience. We got tasked with doing some work for the Union, which I'll probably have to go back into my quest log and exactly see what it was, because there were a lot of things going on at that point. And I also got tasked with, from Kuno, to get some speed from his father. Or at least, like, try and steal it from underneath his father's nose. We're also not doing it. We're not in great shape right now. Alright. Let's get our bearings and figure out exactly what it is that I should be doing. Open apartment door for Everett. The basement door behind the greenhouse in the backyard. To intimidate the occupant. Do what you have to. Everett has promised to give you info on the case in return. Get the key to the Weasel's door from Manana. Prove your authority to Titus Hardy for the investigation events. Solve them up first. Maybe investigate the crime scene or the body. Look for a witness. Get help from the union boss or the company rep. Tie them to any crimes. Talk to Titus and establish authority in the Hardy boy's eyes. Titus Hardy, right? Yeah. I need to talk to him again. Find Morel, the cryptozoologist. You told Lena Morel is missing because of the broken water lock. She is worried he hasn't come back. Let Morel know if she sees him. Split a kilo Kuno. Enter flat number 12 in the Cape Side apartment building and get Kuno's speed. Share it with him. Cement your friendship, who knows? Cape Side Apartments. Authority. Godly challenge. Great. The cargo door. Man from Heimdall series. Okay, this just like helps me find the apartments. Where are the apartments? I am here in the waterfront. Okay. I don't think I ever talked to this individual. Okay, he's just a drunk. With not much to say.
Have you no shame?
I don't know you.
Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
Okay.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
The other one is eating a big sandwich.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're
Concentration.
old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game.
Gotcha.
Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions.
Alright, I got this. Ball time.
That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway.
Hand-eye coordination.
They're way past their prime.
Nah, we're going right into it. Nailed it.
You were immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work.
Feel the ball.
The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it.
Probably a sponsored ball.
Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory.
Okay.
Already, your muscles are adjusting to the weight. The nervous system calibrating. until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is
The
ready.
man ball is ready. Taking the surroundings.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball.
There's a time for a last glance inward. Who am I really?
An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency.
The inertia can no longer be contained. I am like a bullet leaving the gun. Let go. Become one as the bullet. I am the peak of male progress.
Merde!
The old soldier yells out. Uh-oh. I feel like I might have fucked things up.
A whorehouse of shit.
A whorehouse of shit.
It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed of.
Pretty impressive throw, honestly.
What the hell is your problem?
Oh. Not a weak try, Shep, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
I'm sensing anger, and I don't understand why.
You vandalized our game, son.
He tries to calm
Just
himself.
flip a donk with 5 bull.
P-Tank? Oh, Petank. I understand. I thought it was shot put.
Well, it damn well isn't. It's petanque. You ruined a petanque game. We want our bull back.
Bull.
Take it easy, René.
The
This
other
is
one tries to
just a
defuse.
misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Correct. Also, I'm lacking that you... I'm getting the impression you guys aren't being nearly impressed enough by my stellar performance.
Of course there's harm done, you oily slaughter. You owe us a goddamn bull.
The heel of the cavalry boot slams on the ground. Listen, guys, the ball's gone, and I have a murder to solve, alright? Alright, fine, I'll try and fix this.
Mistakes are forgiven when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Alright, new task. Get a new bull.
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
Well, they were highlighted, you see.
You never know. He might know something. This is a good vantage point.
Renee, I found your guard booth.
Yes, the Debardeurs Union
Oh,
pays
okay.
and vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
He adds with a slight sigh. You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard.
Yes, it does.
He nods.
Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
So who was working shift then?
No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday.
He looks very
There's
old
no
and
other
tired.
guard. It's just me.
Just Renee.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes.
He nods before hesitantly continuing.
It's not actually an issue. I mean,
Look, officer.
His
The
partner jumps
container
in.
yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
So it doesn't matter if you're there or not.
the possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individual.
He tries to argue.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabinier's pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Okay, so Renee's like a war vet. Evrard gets it. Big guy looks after the small and everyone working together. I love it. Such dependency only weakens a man further. Do or die, there is no middle ground. Renee is but one man. We need a program. Get all early back in the job market. Keep folks motivated. Renee should rent out his services, invest the profit, get a few more guys, expand and repeat. Wage work is a dead end. There's absolutely nothing wrong with tear collecting. It's my side thing. Proudly hold out tear bag. Uh... Not that one.
Can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now?
Can we conclude? I saw a picture in there. You were in it? Who's the girl?
She
He stiffens.
is
He
no.
gets a cold look.
This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCA.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and
Hey.
she sure has
Hey,
her
level
wasn't
up.
a nobody.
Gaston speaks with a soft voice, and sure as hell wasn't a nobody. Got it, thanks.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp.
Do you know anything about the man hanged in the backyards?
Unfortunately, I don't.
He shrugs.
Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
But you don't have a problem with cops.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
You got it, Renner.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
But what? So what about police women, though? Am I right?
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other
No.
administrative duties.
There's no duty RCM women couldn't carry out.
But you must agree that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Don't you, officer?
No, I don't think there's any evolution inequality at play here. Yeah, I guess that's
No
true.
reason to even feel bad about that. It's just the way of the animal kingdom.
You seem to be playing in a crater, by the way.
Yes.
The man
The
nods.
terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Does it have anything to do with all the bullet holes I've seen around
Yes.
here?
It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Okay, it's a crater left by a tripwire. But why?
Why what?
Why was heavy artillery used?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Maybe we can do this history lesson later. No. Who are the communards?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like.
They
Just
just...
chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Did you use artillery fire?
Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked.
He adds, squeezing a boule in his fist.
Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Okay.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Logic. Why show them here in Martinet?
Because this place is a damn beachhead.
He says, pointing to the bay.
The commies up first.
The beachhead?
Yes.
He nods.
Military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
He points to the northeast. So this was a while ago. And it has not been repaired. Deathblow. Sounds grim.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely,
He says,
they
looking down on the
peduncle their
soil.
mangled corpses.
Ah!
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Is that why everything's so bummed out?
Damn right, son. They let the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too.
There's a strange gleam in his eyes.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Gotcha, not a fan of unions.
Well, it's your own damn fault.
The jolly man remarks.
We, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the...
He stops mid-sentence and turned to you.
What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
That's how it should be. Soft socialists paving the way for the hard-working class to take over. Foreign powers clean up our mess, and now they rule us. Shake your hand in shame. The coalition seems quite capable, actually. Commies just don't understand how money works. Nothing, I don't think. I just do.
I'm sorry it had to be them.
He looked down at his
After
boots.
8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if some damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
Wasn't Guillaume, like, notably a bad king?
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio.
He sighs.
This is just what the commies wanted.
Yeah, this guy is in
This
fact a
the plan
royalist.
all along.
This guy
This is what they wanted to replace
loves
all
the
the
monarchy
enemies.
and war. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the rule of the Sovereign with. How does Felipe III factor into this? Point towards the monument. Who is this Frizel? You mentioned Guillaume. Waxe is suzerain.
It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. It got nothing to do with anything.
Who is Frizel?
Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
Ah.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
Gotcha. You mentioned Guillaume?
A true king in both blood and mind, led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this. Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
Thank you, drama. So what's this suzerain?
The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already?
He then slowly nods and says to himself, they have in fact forgotten.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
I saw the statue of Felipe III near the roundabout.
Ah, yes. King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Yeah, this guy seems like a bit of a bootlicker.
Oh, absolutely.
He smiles as if
At
we're
the
reliving a
mercy
pleasant
of
memory.
cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
See, I agree with Gaston.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule.
How should a true king rule? Just out of curiosity, Renee.
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood.
Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself.
Elysium is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try.
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
There is some weariness in his voice now. He's heard this rant many times before.
The Carabineer doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much.
Purple.
A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
Alright, are they implying that cocaine is purple in this narrative, or that it makes their nose purple?
You can't even take the responsibility for yourself.
Oh.
How could you fathom the responsibility
The sun has changed.
weighing on the shoulders of a ruler?
He asks, obviously annoyed.
That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revachol's finest years.
He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the past. Ah, our great king, blitzed on cocaine, making him think things properly.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
The lieutenant marks dryly.
Philippe III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest.
Clearly,
He was
only the
able
pure
to connect with
stuff.
higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
And Inland Empire's like, shit! Why aren't we doing cocaine right now?
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
I agree with you, Rhetoric. Sounds responsibility requires a boost every now and then. I sometimes use some too. Seems like irresponsible behavior for a monarch. Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery, much less rule a country.
From what I've seen of the officers of the Elysium,
He begins looking you over, then stops himself.
but I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies.
I mean, to be fair, my character is being a bit of a hypocrite in this instance.
Right.
The old man stands tall and proud, looking at you inquisitively. Alright, what is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud? I mean, I did throw the boule into the sea. So, we're going at a even check. Let's go.
As Rene turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle.
Easy every time!
He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
How many medals are there?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
Let's look at the cross.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle.
I will admit, I'm running insanely hot on the rolls in this game. Like, I'm doing far too well on the odds at the moment, so eventually it's going to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm sure of it.
It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in Suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty, in service of King Frizzle I.
Gotcha, Cross of Honor. Look at
A
sun.
small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frizzle I during the Revolution.
Croix de Beauvoir and the Setting Sun. Did you get them for...
bravery.
He interjects. That's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna go on the slightly more political approach to this conversation instead of confrontational.
For doing my duty in the heat of battle, for looking my mortality in the eye, when men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
Okay, well, he's right. Don't need to... I like...
He
Hey.
saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Saved a princeling?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frizzle thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest.
Okay. He's obviously very proud of his medals.
Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatoo feathers to battle.
He spits.
Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
Yeah, unbelievable. This one royal in particular, awful.
He really despises that Drissant fellow.
Yes.
Purple velvet tunic.
The lieutenant says
That
thoughtfully.
isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion.
Oh, I forgot to ask, how are you doing today, Metronome? I'm hoping things are pretty chill for you.
The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Must have been a bloodbath. Must have been a bloodbath.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound.
Supper
Just
then
as I
cleaning.
turned over,
What you
the prince fell
having?
into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw.
His lower jaw.
Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
He pats his right there. Okay. Shattered knee. Interesting. Actually, can we pick up later and do questions now?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head.
And everything went black.
Then everything went black.
He shot the horse.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
The bane of horses.
A sandwich and soup. Nothing wrong with the classics, you know.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me.
Jeez.
The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
I gave up. Can't imagine living without a jaw. This would have never happened to Johnny Lawjaw. Point to your jaw. My jaw is tight.
Right.
He doesn't get
I
sidetracked.
grabbed the prick and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up.
Indestructible jaw on me. That's right.
Through some miracle, we both survived. And the Jolas Street convinced Frissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that.
He shakes his head.
13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
Big fan of the cross medal that he has. Indifferent about the sun.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
So why did you despise Drizon so much?
Because he was a goddamn dandy.
He exclaims
Had no business
furiously.
leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses.
Ah! The
hairstyles,
truth come out.
man-loving. Pooh. 782 Royal Carabineers are dead because of his incompetence.
Gotcha. That's why you don't like this one particular royal.
Whoa, man-loving? Is that even a word? It is not.
Your prejudice is showing, buddy. Sounds like you're being modest, Renee.
Old Carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drizon. 2 days later that was. And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Okay, yeah.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
I'm not impressed. All his heroics are where he is now. You gotta play to win. Look at you first. This doesn't seem like a good moment to express an opinion. I don't want to risk it. Quite impressive. It's men like Renee who have made Revachol great ones. Hold on, you're just a little proud of Renee's heroics, aren't you?
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong.
He chuckles.
I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like Rene himself. Certainly not to me. How did you find the story to be, officer?
Where is he now? No, you gotta play to win. Look at you first. I don't want to express my opinion about this one.
Bon Dieu.
He mumbles, slowly
You
shaking
and
his head.
Gaston must be related.
His blood runs
yellow too.
Ah, thank you.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer.
He points to the sunshade medal on Renee's chest.
They don't end this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot.
He nods eagerly.
Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon.
He slams the heel of his boot on the ground.
Something you will never understand.
Thanks for the story, Renee.
There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Eversholians. Men with backbone.
Back in my day,
Oh, yes, René, yes.
the jolly man
Men
nods
were
meekly.
bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I vibe with this Gaston guy quite a bit.
I'm not getting into this with you again.
He mumbles through clenched teeth and turns to you.
Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't care to impress this guy. Enormous bull worthy of a real man. Hello? Are you new? Working class woman. You see a sturdy woman humming to herself. She seems to be browsing a book. Hello? No ceremonies, just hello. Hello?
Hello?
She nods, her attention fully focused on her. Who are you?
Me?
She
No
looks
one.
up briefly.
I'm just a working class woman.
Yeah, this is on the title.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed then. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Have a good day.
This was a tremendously useful interlude.
Yeah, let's... I'm not gonna bother just a random woman on the street that's trying to read a book.
Whoa. What have we here?
A bridge?
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Look, Kim! We've got a construction code violation!
They never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Revachol looks better.
But Lieutenant, think about the splinters!
The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about.
Alright. If you say so, Kim, I trust you. The belly of this boat shines like it was recently painted. Hello.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Conceptualization. Why am I looking at this wall?
You have no clue. So many walls all over Martinaise. Weather-worn, cracked.
Okay. Why was I looking at this wall? Take it. Cape Side Apartments, good. Rue de Saint Ghislaine, roundabout north.
Up here, Piggo.
Speaking to me? Inside the frame of a motorcycle in repair, and the tools used to disassemble it. There's a girl up there. Did she spill the paint? Okay, looks like another...
Yeah, you better keep walking.
Okay, are we talking? Do you want to talk?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull.
The fucking
what
Skull.
Else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Let's start with the blood type and go from there.
Go where? Accosting a miner?
Listen to your partner, pig man. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
Despite the attitude, she puts the brush aside. What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
She studies the wall, suddenly pensive. So you don't know what to write.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank
Graffitio.
wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here.
I think Pigs Go Home was in fact written on a wall.
We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cabs. And my name's not Mona, so...
So why are you so committed to defacing this building in particular?
This place is severely lacking in havoc.
Ah.
The occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium.
She's like the Joker. We truly do live in a society, don't we, Cindy?
I thought I'd mix it up. You know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna have to stop you.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
I'm glad you think that way, Cindy.
She means the opposite.
What? You keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
Wrong voice line once again. She nods disdainfully towards the woman performing maintenance on the boat dock next to the pier.
Hatred? Disgust? It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
Joyce Messier. She owns a yacht.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques.
She's
Rarely
rich,
a reason
gotcha.
to visit Martinez.
Who's she?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her.
Hey!
She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Wonderful.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Kim's giving me permission to just go fucking insane on the dialogue options? Yes, please.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to Ozon.
Know anything about the recent murders?
I ain't no snitch, pigsty.
She wrinkles her
Go
nose.
forth and forage in someone else's
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
You're correct, Kim.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Thanks, Cindy. A real pleasure. Take it. Let's go here. Magnesium, hell yeah. Docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Jérémy 33A. Also, I have a skill point. I should probably use it. Your endurance goes down if you're damaged. Interesting. Learned skill, bonus from items. Do I want to up my drama? Or maybe there's a specific... Let's see. Man from Heimdall. Bird's Nest Roy. Tommy Lahome. Gotcha. Conceptualization? No. Rhetoric. I guess they're... Let's try and do... Rhetoric. Your room is... The whirling isn't much bigger than this sloop. This is worth more than you'll ever earn in your entire life. Cool.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with driplets.
Feels
Silk scarf
good.
is tied around her throat.
Feels good to be reminded of that.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines. the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds out her hand over the railing. Joyce L. What does the L stand for?
Peyton, my maiden name.
Her bony hand dangles from the sleeve of her oversized coat. Well, it gave us away.
Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Perfect.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I will shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
Good.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
That is good to hear, madame.
He opens his
My
notebook.
colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
I'm glad that Kim trusts me so much. Enough to let me just go buck wild.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic. It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
Hell yeah, we're doing it.
How interesting.
She
I
turns
wish
to you
a swift
unfazed.
recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and wall. Sails fluttering. Not a lot of people on boats are there. Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
Okay, but what kind of boat
It's
is
a
it?
pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
What?
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the case we're investigating.
Kim's like, yeah, keep it up, buddy. Do you have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Oh, a lot of people. Alright, fine. I think I have a handle on this whole boat thing.
Good.
Tell me more about Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do
The
then?
Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things,
Small dots on the horizon.
and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
Okay.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago.
A royal
The king
monopoly.
is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain.
Who are the other Indo-tribes?
Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
You're in good company,
Why,
it
thank
seems.
you.
She does not register the real meaning of the remark. How much money does Wild Pines
I'm
have?
not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
That's it? I thought Wild Pines was supposed to be big time.
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions.
A wave hits the soup. She grasps to maintain balance.
Wild Pines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility.
Where does Wild Pines get all these billions, though?
They started as an exploration and
With-
cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Easterlers 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the Sioux. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Okay, at least she's aware of that. It probably helps that you started as a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on.
She takes a
Certainly it
sip and
helped
looks
that
you
most
over
of the original
refresh.
Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does a huge system want with a place like
You mean
this?
aside from being the terminal's legal owners? Who are
She gives you a small
responsible for
spot.
moving 8% of the world's cargo?
You don't keep it moving, the workers do. The company's nothing without them,
We built this district.
she says calmly.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
Haha.
All the best parts of it.
Ha-ha!
The Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions. The plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
She points behind you where the seawall rises.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
Hold on. You know about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed.
She almost takes the photo, but
I'm
then
afraid
stops.
this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the
Better
tattoos?
not tie the fourth day to the Bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
You seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality that we're in.
Reality.
She pulls her hood closer around her neck.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental.
I'm conducting a personal investigation into the world I find myself in.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
My theory is that this inquiry into the nature of reality will ultimately converge with our murder investigation. They are really one and the same.
Are they now?
Lieutenant cocks one eyebrow.
Deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead. Ask.
Look at this! Found somebody to give me a lowdown on everything.
Alright, we're in. I know these all.
Uh-oh.
But begin with the first, okay?
Where are we?
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
I'm a disco holdover myself, actually.
Aren't we all?
Oh.
She refers to your corresponding ages.
And what is Martinet?
Martinez is a district of Revachol.
She looks around, her green raincoat
A
flapping
very
in the
small
wind.
district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution.
She shrugs.
It has its charms, just not this time of year.
You mentioned a sea. What sea is
It's
this?
not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
And we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water. The Insulindic.
Insulindic. The Insulindic Ocean.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues. The blue immensities. Vast, lukewarm, and unknowable. Flowing in and out of sight.
What's the name of this island?
Caillou.
Oh no!
Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch. The Martinez distributary.
Continue.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her
Okay.
and to humanity at large.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. My conceptualization continued the sentence from a different thought. Interesting. Tell me more about Martinet.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before. As a teenager. Not a lot has changed.
She closed her eyes.
There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds. Boys with boxy shoulders. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
Okay. That's Martinet. What's Revachol?
Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city, though?
Great kind.
Really?
As if it's self-explanatory. Beyond patriotism. A fact.
Interesting. What makes Rochelle so great, though?
History detective. They built this city to resolve
On rock and
history.
roll?
Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Okay, but who built the city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semenine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed.
When was it built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Yeah, but why here, though?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 200 million people. In
That's
the
a
middle
very
of the
large island.
Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're in an unimportant part of an important place.
I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about...
She points across the water where the skyscrapers rise.
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor, light reflecting off their glass windows.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Okay.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no true
I got a
answer
thought.
to give.
New thought
unfortunately.
gained. She watches you closely as you scan the
This is
horizon.
one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about...
This has been informative. Thank you, man. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask.
He
about
turns
even
to
more
you.
Fundamental aspects. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, man?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Okay, so this is basically the game being like, this will eat up a lot of time, and she'll keep talking to you. So you don't have to get the whole thing right now. You can come back and talk to her when Cam is sleeping. Perfect. I'll probably do that. But I do want to ask, isn't that lazy of me,
Oh,
though?
of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far. And diligent boys remember where they left off.
Kim's like a dad talking to a toddler, like, you're a very good boy, but don't worry. It's like, thanks, Kim.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Alright, I will hold off on asking
Glad you've been of
questions for now.
assistance. The little that I know. Anything else I can do?
What can you tell me about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to know about trade secrets, though? Like, for real, for real.
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
How do I go about doing that?
The octopus that straddles Revachon. The Emergencies Act is the cornerstone of post-war Revachon, inseparable from the world it created.
An octopus! I will slay
Good
it.
luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
Alright, I will leave it alone.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this exactly?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
Gotcha, you're a shop steward.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Haha!
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, you mean Measurehead!
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
She leans back and rolls her eyes. So the strike is connected to the lynching?
I believe there is a connection. but that's a subject for later.
Her eyes narrow. How were the talks going before the lynching, by the way?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago.
She thinks.
Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
This is like the most straightforward person I've met. Like, not a psychopath.
But the strike began in December.
He looks at his notes.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Oh.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Okie doke.
Ludicrous, even. It's meant.
What happens to this? Come on.
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Cool!
Yes. Extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
The scabs of the gate. Did you put them there?
Scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrog, come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Yes.
Don't let her answer it herself.
No, I mean scabs.
If these workers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
What are the demands of the union?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Okay.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
I don't know what to think about that. Over-aggressive commie posturing. Seems like they have no idea about business. Forget it, I want to ask something. I like it.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Personally, I don't think it has the same pizzazzo as every worker, a member of the board.
What exactly do you mean by it, though? What's the demand?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, about anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Continue.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
I don't like that they call themselves kings, though.
An opening gambit, surely.
That's pretty funny, I have to admit. The workers can't be kings. The king is king. The king is dead. Long live the workers. Sounds like an opening gambit.
That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start.
Sounds like an opening gambit.
So I hoped. But this type of opening is usually followed by a more reasonable offer. I've yet to hear one. Just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Truly disastrous.
Excuse me. From whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me Manana."
Alright, I need to talk to this Manana person.
This checks out.
What do you think of Everett?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
I don't know if I would agree with that sentiment, Joyce.
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
Thank you, rhetoric. That's not what you really think, right?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
Thank you, Joyce. I do agree with that.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
You sound like you're about to take a rapier to him. That's Everett, alright.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
Wait, there are two of them?
Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard.
Exactly
and
like
when one's term
Everard.
as foreman is up, the other takes over.
Is this some kind of like weird Tweedledee Tweedledum fucking situation? Alright.
It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the unit itself? It's so absurd.
The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that.
Continue.
Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
Incredibly corrupt. Just incredibly corrupt.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Great.
Refreshingly honest, officer.
She nods.
The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
She turns to me.
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is...
I'd say it's a giant leech.
Indeed. And a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers.
One more thing. You said something happened in the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There
The
was a
woman
woman,
was...
the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Okay. I feel like this person that's being referenced to right here is incredibly important. Because there seems to be, like, an unknown lady that's somehow involved with this lynching situation that Hardy and his, like, group of mouth breathers are being protective of.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Just not... Oh. Huh. Her daughter phoned in saying that she was never coming in again.
This forewoman, her name?
Can you tell me her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence. Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name.
Holly.
But I don't have access to the union's files.
Some kind of extortion, probably?
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter.
Uh-huh.
The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Yeah, so what I'm gathering from, like, all this outside information is that no matter what side that you end up, like, choosing to be associated with, they're all bad. Like, the Union seems bad, the Scabs seem bad. That's all I need here. Let's change the topic.
How else can I help?
Tell me about the lynching, please.
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
She falls silent for a moment, contemplating something.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Sure.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves.
The lieutenant hands
I
her
am
a piece of blue
Lieutenant
plastic.
Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
So my name is Harry Dubois. Is that... okay.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
She returns the lieutenant's badge and turns to you. Remember when my partner told you I had recently suffered from an unusual medical episode? My last badge is related to that.
I see.
She looks increasingly worried.
So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing.
Oh dear.
She sighs with compassion, sadness
I
even.
suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
Good.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize. but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Uh-oh.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
The red check, it cannot be retried. I mean, it's 28%. We've already passed one of those today.
She's an
Easy every time!
Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
Oh my god! Okay. Surely there's some way to demonstrate our law. What percent was that? 28. Surely there's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
Alright.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Yeah, probably.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Excuse me for a moment, ma'am.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
The lieutenant's voice is hushed. How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and you know, not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Really? I thought it was going well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
The company must have more ears on the ground. She could have known about my
I
condition.
wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all.
We could just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large, and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
That's very small.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time
You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
Let's get back to her then. Alright.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Alright, tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isla into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Terminal B, gotcha.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through this terminal.
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Alright.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to investigate?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrart and the Dock Workers Union. Still,
She raises her
every
bony
chain
finger.
has its weak link.
the handoff, the motor lorries at the roundabout.
The lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now.
True.
Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Okay. She gives you a knowing
Her
look.
irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight. upstream where it's clear.
I hope it's the racist one.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded there like that,
No.
is it?
We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However,
She pauses, looking to the sea.
this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
She looks north. So I got a time limit on this?
Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
Why didn't you come to the RCM earlier?
On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
Yeah, no, that's true.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
What proof do you have that the union's
How do you
involved?
think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
True.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs? Yeah.
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
We already have some suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching.
The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done.
Okay, I've made up my mind on the smuggling
Yes.
investigation. We will take the case, probe the drivers, see what it yields.
According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something.
So we got the racist guy, the chill hippie guy, and then there was another one. Hey,
It may
Brungo.
come to nothing, or it may
Good
just
evening,
blow the
dude.
case
How are you
wide
doing?
open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need.
Few days. Okay.
In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
By the way, I have talked to Everett Clare. He sucks.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
He's a beautiful man. Beautiful and just. You're okay? How's the investigation? Well, we're still... we're doing a lot of preliminary investigation right now. Things are in the works, you could say. I am on the way to go steal some speed for Kuno, which seems like a very important part of the investigation. But I got caught up talking to Joyce here. Everett Clare is the hero of the workers' movement. He's a bloated rainbow socialist. I can do business with him for a socialist. He's reasonable. He's not the champion I have chosen. I wish to swear field to you and the cause of capital. You gotta run, Metrodome? All good. Have a good one. Hope your night is great. I did not like him.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually,
She answers her own question.
corruption.
That's how you do it.
That's how he's done it.
That's how you do it.
Fantastic, Verdun-like corruption, reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and
The
nods.
position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
It's true, but I am vocal about them.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verdun myself.
She turns to
However,
you.
if you felt like discussing something,
Joyce, you seem level-headed, but also you represent a giant royal monopoly, which I'm not a big fan of, I'll be honest.
how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be
She smiles.
gossiping.
Gossip.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting.
Time to share your hot take.
Say about
Please do, Brungo. I'm all ears. I'd rather talk about something else for now, if you don't mind.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Evard is a rat man.
Of course, Detective.
Oh,
Take
like-
care.
Like a suit, like a literal rat that's disguised as a man. Is that your hot take? Yeah, he squeaks. Looks like there was more construction here once, decades ago. Is that really a hot take, though? He is awful to speak to and interact with.
Sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
Knock, knock, knock.
The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response.
But what if I do it
The
again?
door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's
Perfect.
voice calling out from in.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Hold on, who am I speaking to?
Doesn't matter who I am.
From within comes the faint sound of a broom sweeping across the concrete.
I mean, this is in fact the police. Please open.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
But I'm not joking.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
She trails off, leaving the sentence
Backyard
unfinished.
door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Kim! Kim! Tell her we're real policemen!
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
The lieutenant repeats dutifully.
There is no reply. Just faint sweeping sounds inside.
Damn it, she doesn't even believe Kim, the most trustworthy man ever. Okay. Oh? Take it. More magnesium? Holy shit, I can interact with Kuno S.
Can't believe you didn't take the shot. Fucking coward. Waved a gun like a clown. Next time you point that shit at me, you better take the shot.
God. Please give me the strength not to strangle this child.
Her knuckles have turned white, holding on to that fence. She's been here for days, seething.
Are you
Days.
trying to sneak up on me?
Apparently, she doesn't like logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Are you come to slit my throat in my sleep? Logic's like, hold the phone. But she's not sleeping. I don't understand.
Pig's come to take me
I'm
out.
literally a
Trying
robot.
to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're
You've
so
owned the
clever.
child with facts and logic. You think you're so clever, she hisses.
Trying to sneak up on
Alright. So long, Kuno S. A garden hose that won't be of use until the snow melts. A balcony with a view to the yard. And the hanging. There's someone up there.
Can't get involved in this.
What? Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. Oh, that was the guy up there talking. Another splattering of bullet holes in the wall. Money. Orange bum hat. +1 reaction speed, -1 rhetoric. Health. I'm definitely not wearing the bum hat over my sick fedora. Just a closed door, but you look at it suspiciously.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
That's probably the door Evrart mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
We still need to get the key from this manana first.
Right. Mañana. Where are you, Mañana?
There must be another way into the building.
Okay.
I knew I should have quit.
Can I talk to you, sir?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Will you let me in?
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
He says in a quiet voice. Despite the cold, his shirt hangs unbuttoned on his frame.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
My liege. You hiding something? Too late, young man. Trouble's found
Sorry,
you.
I don't have time for this. I just want to finish my cigarette and be gone.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Actually, the police really need to talk
Is
to
it
you.
really that important?
He asks you, adjusting his shirt.
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring window.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Looks like you got a good view of the whirling balcony. Can you tell me anything about the hanging?
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
Mm-hmm.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Thank you, Kim.
Oh,
He
you already asked me that, didn't you?
he waves lazily with his cigarette.
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
Did you?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
Huh.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
The lieutenant takes out his little blue notebook and writes something down.
Last week? I don't know. Look,
He looks around the courtyard again. Old patio chairs and dead houseplants litter the scene.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
It was my Sunday friend.
What's your friend's real name? Did he see something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
I need to get into this apartment building. Can you help me?
Help you? No, sorry, gendarme. I
He
have to
shakes
run.
his charming head. Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
I don't believe you,
That's
Martin.
definitely not his real name.
No, you're not actually Martin Martinet, though.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
He scans the courtyard. It's silent like the bottom of a well, every sound captured and reflected. Alright, we'll talk
No.
later.
We won't.
He takes one last drag of his cigarette before stubbing it out on the
Now, if
balcony.
you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Alright, we're going to try and convince him to stay with my incredible skills of suggestion and my high charisma.
Time to
Shit!
bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
How did that fail? I mean, we passed the last two 28%ers. I thought it was a guaranteed thing. Please don't go! I'll stop drinking! I'll take the trash out! Just please don't leave me!
Trash?
The young man shakes his head in confusion.
Please don't go. I'll even stop smoking inside.
Listen, I really have to go.
How did that fail? It's a good question. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the extinguished cigarette sailing over the
Good luck
side.
with the investigation.
He walks away. So long. So long, mysterious smoker on the balcony. Continue.
He's gone.
The lieutenant puts away his notebook and turns to you. We should run after him, see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
You're right, he probably didn't have anything important to say anyway.
He could be a witness.
No, nothing important.
Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our kid. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Okay. He wants to ask the door by the pier again. Okay.
A sturdy metal door. This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished into.
Hey, are you there? I've checked the backyard, but couldn't get in that way.
We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway. You have no business here.
Let's go for the 42.
Your
Easy.
kind of threatening legalese that implies criminality, but in fact has no meaning whatsoever.
Ma'am, you're non-compliance and hindering a police matter. I may be forced to refer you for potential persecution.
Right? And don't you mom me, boy.
The voice snaps back.
But the sweeping on the other side has stopped.
Miss!
Lieutenant jumps in.
We offer to show you our badges.
Ah, it's like a carrot to the stick.
Sort of.
Hold your horses.
You hear the click of a night latch before the lady on the other side gets caught in a coughing spasm.
I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
Item gained, key to apartment building. Hell yeah.
Give me a moment.
An elderly woman is leaning on her broom, her knuckles white as bone. She seems to have difficulty breathing.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
She sneezes into a dirty handkerchief. First, I'm the policeman that asked you to open the door. Are you sure you don't want to see my badge? You got a Valheim appointment. Good luck, good luck. I bless your dice rolls. Thank you, Brungo. Best of luck with the Valheim. I will be here learning the secrets of Revachol. This won't take long. I'll have a few questions.
Go ahead, then. What do you want to know, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
I'm looking for a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, a smoker on the balcony.
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
She looks at the other end of the hallway.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, I just want to talk to him. Do you know where he lives?
Talk?
The cleaning lady starts laughing, but it turns into a violent coughing spasm. She squeezes her broom trying to catch her breath.
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28.
Perfect.
Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there.
She points
It's
east.
usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I'm looking for the parents of a kid named Kuno.
The meters are at the end of this hallway, right next to the communal bathroom.
Who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Live here?
If you can call it living.
She spits on the floor before
I have a
wiping it
little
off with a
room
broom.
Upstairs, right next to the cold room.
Charming.
It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no.
She
I
juts
have
out her
bed
chin,
and
eyes
my aching
shining.
bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She's so content.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Thanks, I'm off. Yeah, I feel like there's not a whole lot to gain from her. The graffito says, a firing squad for the rich. Alright. A note read, foreclosed by Martinet Reality Associates. Balcony. Stuff. Stuff to examine. My favorite. Take it.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened.
Form a guess about what
A
happened.
great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line.
Taken the
The
ocean.
waves of the Martinez Inlet rolled over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscured the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
Look at the ruins.
Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt.
Who did this? This
A
damage.
fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army.
Couldn't hold them
Hundreds
back.
of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well.
All right.
Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to placate Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
Psst! Kim! Kim! You know who shelled our city?
The coalition. But
Says
that
the
was a long
lieutenant.
time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
Time to go. Alright. Oh, it's the skull. Take it. You.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutation.
She crosses her
That
arm.
smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Oh, that's not good.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil is only used in government vehicles, or at least that's the idea.
Is that government fuel oil?
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
That's some clever cultural commentary.
Ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo.
Catch you later. Hello? 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the grate. The rats of the city. Pants! Pants! Hold the phone. +1 electrochemistry. -1 reaction speed. Are they better than the current pads? So it's either lower my reaction speed or lower my savoir faire. Which one's savoir faire again? Sneaking under the nose, stunned with immense panache. Okay, yeah, let's... I'm gonna switch to these pants for now. Because I feel like we're gonna be doing some sneaking pretty soon.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool,
Cool.
calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something soft yet crinkly.
I'm gonna take the item out.
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper.
Oh.
It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar.
Interesting.
By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy.
Thank you, Encyclopedia.
Suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
Okay. That one's locked, though. Someone's been sleeping here recently. Cindy? The skull? Enough cold to last for several winters. Smells of chemicals. Okay. This room had pant in it. We obtained pant. Now we're slightly more sneaky, but less reactionary. Take. Above tarps flapping wind, forgotten hammers and nails rust. The door is locked. You can't get in. The chair's new. Someone lives back there. Okay. Interesting. This way. The sea below looks cold and winter gray. Someone has torn down the wall. Apartment 8, their mailbox is overflowing. We're looking for what? Apartment 12? Apartment 9, the door's locked. Apartment 12. Okay. So this is probably 10.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging.
We're gonna ignore that for now. Someone has drawn a 5-pointed star on the wall.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism. In other words,
Yeah, I would like to
the
inspect
star
that.
and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution.
So almost 100 years ago?
Even today, half a century after,
No,
the
never
star
mind.
and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
Why is the star upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
Why does it evoke... What does it evoke in me? Oh!
Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of impoverished. You are the big communism builder now. It's you.
Gotcha. This box is filled with cleaning chemicals, smells of laundry detergent. So this is our place. Eviction notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. Old shoe rack, boots, sneakers, and old slippers. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. Is this apartment 12?
A shabby door hangs.
It is, in
oddly
fact,
on
apartment
its
12.
hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno Doroita.
Uno. Looks like we found Kuno's dad's lift. Alright, before we proceed with this, I'm going to use the washroom. So I will be right back. I'm going to run a quick 1-minute ad. Be right back. Alright, we are back.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
Interfacing easy. Oh, use cutters. Let's equip the cutters. Gave me a -10 to the roll for not having cutters.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain.
I feel like knocking's a bad idea.
Is attached. Snip. The cutter goes through them like dead leaves. The links fall to the ground.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
Okay. Remove these from hand. What is this? Oh, I can interact with the chewing gum wrapper? Interesting. There's someone in that bed. Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from moisture. I'll take the money.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw.
I'm just gonna take it.
You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
Yeah, let's not go in there. I feel like that's a bad idea. Alright, cool. Moss crawls on the bathroom tiles. Actual moss. Money. Sweet. These shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. Lovely. Let's go to the balcony. See if we can find our smoking friend. Cigarette butts. And a little bit of cash. The curtains shift just a little. Someone is watching from within. The breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. Perfect. What's this? I can't do anything to that. Hold on. Tool. Pry bar. Sweet. Oh. Speed bottle. +1 motor Rick's +1 psyche, but also a hit to my morale. Probably because I said that I would not use it. So let's not. Let's not take the speed, I've decided. Just a door. Nothing here for right now. Okay. For right now. Someone's going rosemary thyme and a cactus. Cute.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here, number 28.
This is where the smoker lives.
Let's see if anyone's home.
Knock, knock.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening.
He looks around, taking in the cold spring air.
We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
Tomorrow at 9 p.m.
9 p.m. right here.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big...
Don't worry, we'll get him.
Tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Probably. Complete silence. Whoever there isn't home. Apartment 30. Voices from the sing along to some buoyant dance track. Look at them. They're having a good time. Unbelievable. Whoa. Oh, that's the, Is that the watch? It is the watch deck. How did I miss so many bottles? I didn't have my... Ah, I'm a fool. I didn't have my handy-dandy bag on me at the time. Alright, exit. Actually, hold on. Shoes? Can I steal these? No, they have money in them? Sure. Knock, knock.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the... It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded.
I saw a pair of chain cutters.
Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Knock?
No reply.
Sure. Let's break into another person's house. I'm the police.
This door has been closed. The shackle snapped.
After you, detective.
Detective. A flamboyant poster of a white star. Real lithography.
A plaster cast bust.
There it
depicts
is.
a middle-aged
Kras
man with impressive
Mazov.
sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kras Mazov. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Why does this tenant have a bust of Kras Mazov in their bedroom? That's a silly question to ask. Kim, you have to admit this Kras Mazov bears a striking resemblance to me.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Kras Mazov?
I'm not saying that I am Kras Mazov. I'm just saying that we look alike.
Sure you are.
Just hear me for a moment. Don't you see the resemblance?
You both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns. But it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you.
How do you know that? The bust is probably just a romanticized depiction anyway.
Very well. Let's look for identifying features then. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you?
He puts a finger on the pale dot of sap, embellishing the bust. I can't tell. I can't see my face.
Alright. But here's the big thing. Kras Mazov looks Samaran, and you don't.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Look at his eyes. Wasn't his mother a Samaran immigrant?
I'm part smart myself.
You win. Be Kras Mazov then. I don't care. Why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Kras Mazov anyway?
Because I believe a powerful nation state is the only way to protect the working class from subhumans. Definitely not that. Because actually, he wanted stability and incremental progress. And so do I.
I think you have misunderstood who he was. But... if you say so.
Father Mazov, the hero of the working class.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your enthusiasm.
He leans closer to inspect the photo of the revolutionaries on the wall.
There aren't many communists around. Not after the revolution.
Perfect. Posts of revolutionaries posing with guns. Books a critical theory on the monstrosity of capital, and such. Such and whatnot. Bullet! Samaritan lounge jacket. Hold on, is this just like a reasonable thing to wear? Yeah. Do I want more drama? Or would I rather have more conceptualization? I think I'd... Oh, it's... Instead of a it's a jacket. No, thank you. I will stick with my mesh tank top, thank you. Hold on. What's this? Money. I've almost got enough for tomorrow's
You hear someone walking around
apartment
inside,
as well.
Rearranging.
Knock, knock,
the
knock.
furniture. Walking stops abruptly, but you can feel tension on the other side.
I would like to knock again.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
This keeps happening to me where I keep getting the wrong voice lines popping up. Interesting. This time the steps come closer. Who is this? Demands a female voice, very intense. This is the police.
Do I have to open the door?
You hear the clanking of heels again as the other side walks right up to the door. Her tone is now getting a defensive edge.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
You see, immediately saying, "Do you have a warrant?" makes me suspicious of you, random lady behind the door.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
I mean, you're right.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Thank you, Logic, for pointing out that I do not, in fact, have a reason to be entering that woman's apartment. Is this... What's this? A postcard? Boogie Street. Giant novelty check. Oh, right, I took the check from Every, was his name, right? This 20 by 50 centimeter check looked like it's meant to be handed over ceremoniously on a gala-like event. It's supposedly exchanged for 25 real at your local fruit store. Below the number, a careful hand was written the words, "Constable's rent. All of it. Note, worthless in a pawn shop." Okay. This crumpled up postcard depicts an open-air market in Bougie Street 5 years ago. A vendor smiles as dead roosters line his stall. Hung by their feet from the canopy, red blood flows onto the muddy street. Blurry shadows of people pass. That's purely... These postcards are purely for selling, I've gathered. Oh, I still have this thing. God, there's this game has so much stuff in it. It's very cool. Take down Kuno's dad. We're not gonna do that. We accomplished the thing. Granted, Kuno's dad is literally asleep, and it probably wouldn't be hard to get the jump on him. But also, Kuno described him as the hardest motherfucker. And I am notably not that. Oh shit. Signal blue navy coat. Plus suggestion, minus half-light. What does half-light do again? Let the body take control. Okay. What do we replace? Esprit and shivers. Suggestion. Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like my character is just not ever gonna pass a suggestion check. So, probably not worth putting that on. Okay, let's go talk to Kuno. And give him the speed. You know, like it says on the title of the stream. Let's give a miner some trucks. But only because he asked me to. What's up, Kuno?
Fuck does Kuno care?
The boy turns to you. He doesn't care. I took care of the drug situation.
Alright, so you've got Kuno's kilo.
He rubs his hands together.
First, give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way. Street way.
By kilo, you mean gram, right?
Kuno knows what Kuno means.
Sure you do, buddy.
Kuno means gram.
I'm keeping it, and I'm doing it all myself. I'm keeping it. You don't need more drugs. You're 12. I mean, this would be the responsible thing to do, but I think this is funnier, and I don't particularly care if Kuno does drugs.
Wow, that's heavy.
He waves the minuscule bottle around, then slips it into his coat
There
pocket.
you go. More than half in there. Kuno's fucking honourable like that.
Out comes another similar vial from the sock above his running shoe.
There is no movement on the lieutenant's face.
As he stares intently at the trash container.
At the trash container.
Now tell me, how the fuck are you still alive, pig?
Oh, Kim's like just keeping his eyes turned away, being like, I did not just see you give drugs to a 12-year-old. There were a ton of them. I looked around in there. It's not the easy life you got going on in that apartment.
What do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we got plans.
Kuno, I met your dad.
Yeah? How are you still standing, pig? You sneak past him.
Kuno, your dad is a half-dead alcoholic. He was sleeping under some clothes.
What?
His eyes become large and round.
His posture changes. The swaying rooster motion stops for a second. Then he gets it going again.
I caught him off guard.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum.
He snaps back.
Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fucking breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to Kuno's dad.
Uh-huh.
You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window.
Uh-huh.
Kuno window.
Come on, kid, just stop.
What are you trying to do? Get the Kuno to stop. Kuno's just getting it on.
His tone wavers.
Keep your ass together, Kuno.
Whatever scary thing he might have been, now he's nothing.
Yeah. Kuno's dad is fucking nothing.
He pushes on
fucking
bravely.
Coma shit, stroke shit. Kuno's dad is so fucking violent. He's had a stroke many times. Shit. Kuno's gonna have one too. Gonna be just like Kuno's dad. Speed shit, crime shit, fucking on the bed. Kuno's gonna go out like Kuno's dad. Revachol West style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
The whisper comes smaller than usual.
Fuck are you talking, sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
You don't have to turn into that.
Get your fucking nun ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead.
He punches the air again.
Kuno 1 gram of speed, your friends not turn into...
He pants from
Kuno ain't
exhaustion.
turning into shit. Kuno is that shit.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
The relief is palpable. The little hat jumps him down behind his face. Hold on.
Yeah? How are you still stuck? What?
His posture
Let's try this line of conversation again. Stop acting tough, kid. You don't have to be scared of him anymore.
Kuno's not fucking trying to be tough. This shit is real. Kuno's fucking violent dad's gonna be a vegetable. Kuno knows that shit. Kuno's gonna go out like that too. Gonna be just...
Stop saying!
Fuck you talking, sad? Kuno's got hard shit.
Chances are you are gonna turn into that.
Right I am. Now get your nunna turn into...
Kuno won!
Huh.
Oh, you won, Kuno!
Yeah? How are you still standing? You got lucky. Kuno's that... Yeah? How are you still... What?
His
Fuck right. You got lucky.
Kuno window.
Fuck you trying to do?
Keep your ass together, Kuno!
Stop trying to give Kuno your pity shit.
He squints at pain expression.
What that shit is. Kuno's gonna go out like that too. Gonna be...
Stop saying...
Fuck you talking? Fucking trying to talk about Kuno's dad, then can't handle it. Typical... Fuck right there where?
Fucking 3 years.
Or some shit.
You can guess.
Let me guess. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about them?
Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink.
There's no place to live. You have to find somewhere else.
That's right. It's a shithole. Kuno's gonna move underground. Leroy shit. Ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno!
The little one seems overjoyed at the
Yeah,
prospect.
Tig, this shit is done. Kuno doesn't...
Alright. Tools. He just gave me a different one. So I still have the bottle of speed. I don't want it. Can I just get rid of it? Half-light. Electrochemistry. Interfacing. Alright, let's put on these half-light gloves. Perform field autopsy. I still haven't done that. Oh my god.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Try to remove dead man's boots. Probably not the best idea.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 88 single, Et puis descend, to crack the top 20, was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
Why don't you know? What use are you?
You must have me confused with the Copperpedia.
Who's the Copperpedia? I think I need to talk to him.
You, sir. You are the Copperpedia.
Do you have another pair of gloves?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, I'll take it like a man.
And hygienically?
I have gardening gloves?
They are better than nothing. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things, while you will take notes.
We just fill this in, right? Shows him the red field autopsy form in your ledger.
That's right.
Open your ledger at the field autopsy form.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
Number 1, assistant.
That's you.
Write the initials HDB. Harry Dubois.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. Just lies there. The next box says...
Coroner's case, no.
KK57-0803.0815.
Continue.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57
Precinct
equals
50.
Precinct
Yeah.
57. Followed by his date 0803 and time of arrival 0815 on the scene. He's indexed the case after himself, not you.
Makes
That's
sense.
because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initial.
Shouldn't we file the coroner's case under me? I'm just gonna write it down.
Next. NA. Next.
Date of birth.
NA.
Age.
Roughly 50.
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
I'm gonna write an estimated 42.
He nods.
Race.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say
Whitish. I'll write down
The
Mondial.
pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Sex? Yes, please. Ugh.
Fucky, fucky!
The little monster exclaims energetically. No! No!
Male.
Pig's gonna have sex.
Right, fucky fucky. Right, male. Right, pig's gonna have sex. Let's go with male.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Date of death?
We're still going with March 4th. 51.
Okay.
What else?
He looks over your shoulder.
Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number.
Same
is
as the coroner case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck.
Only one box. Evidence of
remains.
treatment?
None. At least not after the initial examination.
What exactly is treatment?
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
I'm not so sure. Didn't the footprints look like he was carried over?
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dog walkers.
He places his hand on the dead man's chest as if in preparation.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform.
Then?
Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosenkrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed.
A memory?
Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else.
Okay.
And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
Huh.
We should start the post-mortem.
Turn page.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
External examination summary.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think. Let's see.
He turns the body onto its side to check the underwear label.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The redhead thing. Said with such a vitriol by this guy.
The boots are ceramic. Vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
Huh. When am I gonna get them?
Patience. After the autopsy, before the body is taken away, there will be a window of opportunity. After the lieutenant has gone to sleep. I hope this has helped you, my liege.
I'm a good cop. I don't want to betray Kim's trust.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100.
I can't betray
The lines between
Kim.
the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design.
Write it down.
Tattoos.
He stands up, feet planted on either side of the body.
The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Trigat Mini.
Write it
The
down.
deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown.
This is
distribution
actually
consistent
incredibly
with age.
fascinating.
The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Touch the corpse's hair before moving on.
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain. Cold to touch. Not that different from a living person.
Stroke his hair gently.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to your hand, like thread. There's brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Write it down, adding the brilliantine.
Lividity is consistent with hanging.
Haha, extra
The hand is
information
congested.
added.
Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Stones thrown. Yeah, from Kuno messing with a dead body.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max.
Uh-huh.
Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
I will talk shit about you. Let Kim talk shit about you all he wants, Kuno.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation.
Wait, what? Bite marks?
Ligature mark.
Write down, but I meant for high velocity. Ligature mark. The lieutenant produces a small folding knife with the other hand pulling on the belt. He starts cutting into the polyester. The stench is horrid. After a while, it's obvious the material cannot be cut.
The steel wiring.
He concedes,
There's too much of
breathless.
it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
Okay.
You got just the right tool for that.
The chain
The
cutters.
chain cutters.
Oh yeah, I'm prepared. Good thing we got these chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now,
He points to the rope squeezing the dead man's neck.
we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision.
Uh-oh.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Yes, I'm Kuno's pig. I agree. I'm not your pig, Kuno. Look for a good spot to cut. Oh god. Alright. 28%er? Hold on, let's increase the odds.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
Ooh.
The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose.
Alright, that was recommended.
You jam
Shit.
the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there.
Right there.
Already
Thanks,
they're
interface.
buried deep in the man's flesh. Then you rotate them to get a better hold. Then
Just keep rotating.
a really, really bad smell is coming from there now. And some kind of cracking sound.
Fuckity fuck.
The lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words to your aid.
Alright, cut.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that faggot. Corpse fucking time.
Oh, you're just so lovely, Kuno.
Told you
S.
my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
He steps in and takes the chain cutters for you. No, give them back. I was just about to cut it
His
off.
head, yes. You were about to cut off his head.
He sinks the cutters into the knob, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbows to his knees for precision.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Okay, failing that one wasn't the end of the world. I just made a fool of myself, as is usual.
Here.
He hands you the chain cutter's back and then kneels close to the body, running his fingers along the dark red groove until he comes to a gap.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck, on the nape. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact.
He presses down on it.
Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia...
He pulls down the man's underpants.
No! Let's get off at sea!
Yep. I'm glad that we're doing this with Kuno around.
I knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
Hold on. I must inspect the genitals.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch.
I kind of wish I hadn't done that. Write it down and move on.
Symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Combat injuries. So he fought back?
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
That can probably be attributed to the fact that this guy was military.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
The scarring is extensive, way more than a law official's. He nods.
We have a real museum here. Battles, wars.
Write it down.
Last item, hands.
He takes the man's right hand in his, inspects it, then moves on to the other hand. Pick up the hand.
His flesh is cold, icy.
Good.
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name?
My name is...
I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're from. From Cappadocia.
Your name is...
And your name is Il Corbo. What can I do you for, Il Corbo de Cappadocia?
Line of dialogue about me stroking the hair. It's good to hold your hand. Did you like it when I stroked your hair?
I did, Kobo. I did. Reminded me of when I was just a small boy, before this happened to my face and my body. You did me a kindness there.
My pleasure.
We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Heisa. Heisa, if that's how you pronounce it?
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
The lieutenant concludes, the dead man's fingers slipped from your hand, cold and sausage-like. No sign of injury from struggling. Were you expecting any... Yeah, I feel like there should have been some kind of...
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment.
Write it down.
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
Thanks for swinging by, Heisa. I assume that you're a fan of this game, if you're dropping by. He turns to the side to breathe. That's not enough. He buries his face in the sleeve of his jacket. You hear a muffled voice. That's all for the external. Well done. What's next? Let's do the... the internal examination.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Continue.
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
I feel like a moral to is not something that necessarily has to go. It's an amazing game. I've been thoroughly enjoying it so far. I can tell already that I probably want to do additional playthroughs of this game in my own time, just to see how many other things can pop up, because the branching dialogue options are actually kind of insane. I would like to offer a moral to this story, though.
What would that be?
He looks at you inquisitively.
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
The brain is very vulnerable to compromises in its blood supply.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer.
The lieutenant grins. Alright, N.A.
Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, The lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous.
The writing of this scene in particular, I am very enraptured by it, because it feels like whoever was writing Kim's character here is like, we need this to be like as close to a legitimate like cop investigation as we can get. Granted, I'm not a police officer, so I might just be talking out of my ass here, but it feels very authentic with how it's being approached.
The lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
And then you have these other characters.
The hyoid bone is fractured.
He says that
the
for a
rest
while.
of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system.
Back hunched, as if in prayer, he begins to pry open the dead man's jaws. He stops to exert more force. Both hands are used.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
I would like to look inside this dead man's mouth.
No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again. Straight in that mouth of his.
Look deeper. Alright, bad idea.
It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. A contraction. Your throat pumps a little something from your stomach and into your mouth. You're forced to swallow, just to keep looking.
And sometimes it's hard to avoid just clicking every dialogue option that's presented to you. But perhaps I should be a little more discerning.
Inside, you see darkness. Just a mess of meat and darkness.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
The lieutenant repeats impatiently. He lets go of the jaw, the mouth snaps shut. Write it down.
Hepatobiliary. NA.
He writes, why? Don't we have anything?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
He looks at the corpse's stomach with a mixture of tiredness and disgust.
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder and bile ducts.
Am I an expert in those things?
Nothing in your alcohol-soaked memory directs to having forensic expertise on either one.
I do not think so.
Neither am I.
Alright.
Same for toxicology and serology. NA.
Sure.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits lividity in the lower extremities, feet, hands, and neck. Visually consistent with the hanging.
Write it down.
Gastrointestinal.
He breathes a sigh of approaching relief. This is the last field on the list. He looks around to the ground. The pool of faces there.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
He touches the corpse's bloated lower abdomen briefly. Write it down. Keep the voila.
What's next on the list?
Description of injuries.
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
What about the injuries that we inflicted?
Oh, so we inflicted them?
This is a team effort?
You mean the incision on the thorax from a chain cutter? That was not a team effort, and I wouldn't mention it. Muddies the water.
But isn't that slum? So, back to injuries. I am very intrigued by the bite marks. I want to know more about that.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has
caused
damage
birds.
to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Beneath the description, there are 2 boxes waiting to be ticked. Opinion, fatal injury, non-fatal postmortem.
Agreed. Next injury?
Contusions.
So, the scalp bleeds from a postmortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it postmortem.
Gonna chime in, Kuno?
At maximum velocity, fucko!
There he is.
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Write it down.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, The description of injury. 2 boxes.
Non-fatal postmortem.
Right. Next.
Ligature marks. What's the 4th injury field for?
Nothing. Just in case.
Okay.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured. The cervical column intact.
Mm-hmm.
I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Write it down.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side.
I believe this was the fatal injury.
We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Hey, we got a level. He produces a small black plastic roll from his jacket, a body bag. First, how did it go?
Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy.
And what else?
We were thorough with the list of injuries, too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
So now what?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
Rip out a copy.
For processing.
So, I have to send the body to processing. He looks at the dead man one more time, then at the slip of red paper in his hand, then at the corpse again.
Tilt your head, also looking at the corpse. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Establishing probable cause. Tell me something, dead man.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
At the autopsy, you said you had ancient mysteries.
Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo. In the gift horse's mouth. Tracts and wakes and
alright, so
waterways.
it feels like there's supposed to be more
materials buried.
It's implying that there's more here.
Just a small gulp away.
Alright, enough of that.
Come back later, Kobo.
Try to remove his boots.
Amuse yourself with my
Probably not the
frank
best.
manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also see me in your dream.
Alright, I guess we'll go for the 8%.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough.
Look in his pants again? Look under his fingernails.
His fingernails have turned dark.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
I've got a gut feeling that there's more to this corpse.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination. And we need to do it fast.
Okay, where do we find a fridge?
Hey, wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below that building?
Yeah, why, yes there was.
Now, detective, I've rarely been disappointed by the size of a giant ice bear fridge. But I think we should still take a look at it first. Make sure it's big enough. Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for in the deceased.
Alright, I guess we're gonna be putting the body inside of the bear fridge? Until I can figure out why my guts are telling me that there's more to this body. But I feel like I should trust my instincts here. I am a super cop after all. Hello?
It's dark. And the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand.
Got it, Kim. Thank you. Alright. There we go. Tools. Flashlight. I also have... I have 2 unused skill points. Let's see. There's something you can't get out of your head. Krasmazov, the father of scientific communism, the premier of the Communist Party of Shestengrad during the Anticentennial Revolution, head of the 11th day of the government, sideburn-toned, bearded figurehead of the movement, Shot himself in the mouth? And died? One day in his cabinet as things were collapsing around him? Just gave up? That's not good propaganda, is it? Be a communist, shoot yourself in the mouth. Something about this irks you. I must know more. I would like to keep my morale up. Yeah, that's better. I don't want to die from morale issues. Looks like the remnants of the 24-hour repair window shop. Okay, now that I have more context about all the stuff back here, I have like some context-sensitive stuff. Is this Emmy's Atelier? That's really cool. Once I talk to the dice lady. Speaking of which, I should go pick up my dice. I ordered those over a day ago. Hey, friend.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Why hasn't her business failed? I don't want to do that. I came to pick up my die.
Very good. That will be 7 real.
Here you go.
Universal die for Wirral Untethered.
The dice maker opens her desk drawer and hands you a die.
It feels icy. Just holding this die in your hand sends a jolt of cold down your spine. Through the dark resin, you can make out a nugget of bone hewn from it.
So what did these do for me? The standard 24-sided role-playing die can be used to get results for several dice. It's made of alligator jawbone cast in acrylic resin and embellished with frost motifs. Looks like a minuscule blizzard is stuck in there. Note! Look at the map tab in the journal to see which white checks have opened. What? What does it mean by that? Barbell. Why would the dice tell me about my white checks? Wait, does this dice affect my rolls? I guess I do use dice to determine the outcome of some of my rolls. Okay, well, next time we come across a skill check, I guess we'll find out.
The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge slowly melted.
So what do you think of this fridge, Kim? It looks big enough for 2 corpses.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it's more than big enough and cold enough. Honestly, it's perfect. All we have to do is plug the fridge back in.
Alright. Let's go plug the fridge back in. Also, this has been off for over a day now. Can I open it easier now?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner.
No, I need a better... I need to find a better... what is it? Crowbar?
Both cables
red.
A giant electric mammal awakens.
Great. The owners of this building will just have to keep paying for the electricity sucked up by this monstrosity.
Let's return to the fridge. Okay, hold on. Get Kim to help you move the body. Alright, I guess we're putting the body inside of the fridge. I'm down. I'm down to clown. You can say many things about me, but professional is definitely one of them.
The man is decomposing visibly now. Every hour,
and more like a pile of intestines.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Let's beg him, take him away.
If you think so, officer, I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I'll take it from there.
Wait.
There go those beautiful in another lifetime.
Wait, okay.
Continue working here. the locals, the case, or attend to your own business, I will meet you downstairs in the Whirling in Rags tomorrow morning, 7:30 sharp.
Wait, what? So why I didn't get the option to carry the body?
This means Lieutenant Kisuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You're free to do side tasks, and if you have nothing to do, read books or sit on a bench on the plaza.
Bag the corpse and drag it to the motor carriage. Alright, I guess I don't get to put the corpse inside of the fridge. I must have done something incorrect there. What? I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Call Alice back. Let's do that, because it has been a day since I made that call, I think. Probably don't need this flashlight on me anymore. Oh. I went past it, didn't I? I was standing right next to it. Okay, cool. Oh. Oh, never mind. Kim's just gone. He's just, like, gone. Alright, so I can't do that. Close waterlock on Wednesday, so tomorrow. Ask Kuno what he knows. Where's the rest of the armor? Is that something that I can actually ask Kuno? Kuno! Now that the body's gone, I guess.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I want to discuss the body with you again, Kuno. Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
That fucking had one thing majorly wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
A mutant?
Do you remember how he looked? Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
He threw it away? What do you mean?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big.
He performs a kick off the missionary helmet.
Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
So you threw it into the sea.
Yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno.
He repeats.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk.
He's a fucking monk.
You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
Who do you mean?
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
What?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
You mean Mañana?
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
And you're telling me this out of the kindness of your heart?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today.
That feels out of character for
feels
Kuno.
Sorry for you, loser pig. Kuno's doing pity now.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid.
You're testing.
Get lost.
Ever the charmer, Kuno S.
Kuno doesn't.
Yeah. Hopefully this means I don't have to talk to these two anymore. Though I doubt it. I doubt that I get away it. Go to the harbor gates. Ask the Jolly Mesk about the armor. That's fine. I need to talk to Mañana anyway. About more stuff. He has the key that I need. You're not Mañana, are you?
Still here.
No.
Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
You seem like a man who knows about drugs. I'm gonna save that for later. Maybe when Kim's around, it could be more useful. Oh, that's like a shortcut to this back area. Cool.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy, the windows are clear.
Right, this is the racist's car. Money! There's money on the ground! 35 cents? Hell yeah. Also, I should drop off my tear while I'm around here. I've got a bag just brimming with it.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the...
70 cents. Big day. Big day. You're not Manana, are you?
Looking for something?
No, you're just the racist one.
You tell me to fuck off again?
Hold on. Hold on. What's your stance on drugs, amigo?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
He takes a long drag of his cigarette. You smell of booze and cigarettes. What's different about narcotics?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza. Safre.
Got you. It's a race thing. Like everything with you.
From our local junkies here, and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector.
I think this man might be my least favorite character in this game. And that's saying a lot, because there's a lot of terrible people in this game.
They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Hold on, but they make Al Ghul. I was told they do.
I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes, I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka.
Listen, I agree. It's our responsibility to keep this poison off the street of Revachol, right?
He eyes you wearily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
He puffs on his cigarette. Then what are you still hanging around here for? Most other commoneers have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking on at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
No, not cancer. Of the ass.
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer door open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Raleigh. When some Kip boys smashed his luck and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
He takes a long suck on his cigarette, appearing to savor the taste.
If they were getting drunk inside the whirling in rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
I'm just going to repeat that logic.
What? Aren't we allowed to say that it's the Kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road to science, man.
If it's not you, then who's running drugs?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang. That beady-eyed South Samaran.
He spits on the
His
ground.
little side business is a scam.
Who's that?
He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry.
Where do I find him?
Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Let's let a raspy croak at his own hilarious sense of humor.
Seriously, though, he's usually just a little bit south of here. Down the other canal. Because
Just watch
his
yourself.
tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
He nods in a sage manner.
100%.
Guess I need to pay him a visit then.
Guess so.
He grins, contented with himself. Alright, cool. Don't need to talk to you anymore. You're not Manana, are you?
Right, 2, 1.
No.
Right.
The game is talking to me like I've spoken with Manana. So, I probably have spoken with them, and I'm just completely forgetting who they were. Which is entirely on me. But there's only so many people I can talk to. I guess I'll talk to you about the drugs since I'm right here. You seem like a man who knows about drugs.
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back.
Way back, man. He folds his hands behind his head and leans back.
Waves of my own consciousness, you know?
Tell me about it, Tommy.
But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
I need to get high and I'm looking for a dealer. Let me be straight with you. I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs out of Terminal B.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Then why are you still hanging around?
Guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo. And it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
I want sick rhymes.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Who do you think could be conducting the drug trade then?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find...
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Empathy, he's a poet. Hit him with your best verse. Oh, baby, let's go.
Wait.
Hell yeah.
There's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
My drama's coming out. Amir's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray.
Whoa.
He leans in, his eyes bright with attention. It is a chalice held out to you in silent communion.
Silent communion? That's good.
He's transfixed by my words. Where gasping you partake of a shifting identity never your own.
Dang.
He grunts.
Great shit. You came up with that yourself.
I think that may be an actual poet, and I've learned it by heart. I'm just a vessel for the muse.
Right. But really, no bullshit. That's great stuff. I sort of want to know if it's yours.
I don't really know.
No matter. Great verse is like that sometimes. Ephemeral. You might not look it. Seems you have some literary chops.
Yeah, and some mutton chops
Maybe
as well.
Hope for me yet.
That's a strange compliment.
Just messing with you. It's cool. You're an okay guy. For a cop.
For a cop?
They're more often into fists than rhymes, see. Let alone honesty in verse.
Any organization gets all kind of folks. I'm sure we try our best. I'm doing what little I can to do right by people.
Well, you've given me some hope, I guess.
He gives you a thumbs up.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Ooh. I got a little boost for the mirror.
Why does art inspire you so much?
Oh shit, I got one of these side quest things, huh? It does, yes, but what is art? No, art is for arrogant blowhards. Why am I getting this?
Yet your eye constantly seeks out the most critical side of any aesthetic confrontation. You follow the expressions of imagination and technical skill with curiosity. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwine.
Would I fit in the art world? I mean...
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes. Disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
Hold the phone. Is architecture also art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
What about music?
Only the most experimental kind.
I guess I have been feeling critical lately. That's stupid. Architecture's stupid. Music's stupid.
Such vigor. Already you express a sharp, descriptive mind, ready to slice through the empty and superficial in favor of the sublime and the beautiful. Do it. Become
Wait, but I don't...
Cop. Half art critic, half cop.
Wait, but I don't have to be 100% cop to get the case finished at all?
So indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home.
I'm gonna pass on the art.
Bravo. Continue. Then, the
I'm gonna pass on that,
vulgar
thanks.
epigones of the world. So what if everything is incomprehensibly shit and you can see it? Take no responsibility.
I'm getting roasted by my own internal monologue.
This was a good call. That guy probably thinks forensics is autism too.
Visual calculus, on the other hand, is like, hell yeah. Don't put up with that. Alright, I got another skill point. What does this one do? Jamais Vaux. Derealization. Revachal's Special Administrative Region, Le Caillou, the Insuldian Ocean, Coalition Government, Insuldian Mission Command, name after name, and none of them is familiar. They seem real, but something is wrong. I feel like a kid looking at the stickers on the fridge. To Avant, the Apricot Company, World Games 34, you can almost see your hand reaching out for them. Scratch at the corners, see if they peel loose. This feels like the most important of all thoughts. The one you truly must complete. Well, alright. If you say so, game. I'll take your word for it. Take him. Oh, I can just actually go right back into it. Interesting. Oh, my skill thing did not use the D24 also. I guess that's important.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed.
This is significant somehow.
Maybe. Probably.
That's just extra experience.
Of bad things ahead.
I feel like this has to do with my car. If I were to take a guess based on the information I have about myself, I, in a drunken stupor, drove my car probably into the ocean. And perhaps my badge along with it.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Are you the Hardy girl?
I am not.
She says dryly.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Keep it in your pants, Glenn.
Even a mod?
Her face stiffens.
I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
I am not a charmer. Get a grip, Glenn.
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
No, Glenn. They aren't.
Her tone is cold and uninvolved.
This didn't change her opinion of you.
Wonderful.
It's not her. She's not a Hardy girl.
Definitely. Maybe we'll talk later.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Does not look particularly happy to see me. Uh-huh. Yeah, no. Definitely not going to try and intimidate the large man. Seems like a losing battle. Can I talk to any of the other... I can't. Money! It's mine now. Ooh, can I give the check to you?
Can I help you? You're already set for the night.
Hold on. What do I have to do with this again? Exchange it at the fruit store. Oh, okay. I mean, I want the 25 free because that's basically a whole nother day that I buy myself. You.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
She returns her magazine.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Before we go on, what magazine are you reading?
This.
She looks at the cover, boasting a colorful photo of two girls kissing.
This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
I could end up in that.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
Stupid famous people.
They're kind of boring, but, you know.
Before we go on, what is this?
I don't know. Frit?
She shrugs. And what is Frit?
A 7 to 11 grocery store.
Gotcha. Why is it written with 3 T's?
I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier.
She chews on her gum with disgust.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort.
It's to avoid copyright infringement.
So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational
or trademark,
they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
Let's proceed. I have some questions for you.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but...
I need to exchange this novelty check for cash.
Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir.
She rolls up the giant novelty check. Looks like she's seen it before and slips it under the counter.
Anything else I can do for you?
No, you don't work for the union. The union works for you by supplying you with cash.
Can you tell me anything about this reality we're in? Tell me anything about the dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so...
Thanks for your help.
Uh-huh.
Does Frit have a warehouse?
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, she scrunches up her face into an expression.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Yeah. I feel like she's gonna be mostly unuseful.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles. Nasal. Their logo is the bloodless rose. Pure white. Untouched by harm.
Uh-oh.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have
plus 3 health?
Magnesium and hypnogamma.
Magnesium... Okay. So if I ever am running extremely low on this stuff, I can purchase it. Cash is in, like, short supply in this game, though. What about that?
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes, too, glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. There, in that dark green glass. All in vain. The great flowing river of warmth. Wine, alcohol. Beer, alcohol. Love, alcohol.
This is not a good place for a recovering addict.
Guess not, no.
She looks at the wall of goods behind her, then adjusts her hat.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know
that. Savage. Yeah, no. So, like, drugs and alcohol give you a boost to your stats at the cost of health and morale. So if there's, like, I guess... if there's a particular check that I feel that I need to pass, I guess I can dope up, but I really don't want my cop to get screwed over. He's trying to do his best. Or at least in this playthrough of the game, he's trying to do his best.
So.
Oh, he's Mañana, yeah. How'd you like our heart?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
Labor Utopia.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains.
He notes solemnly, then turns to you, a wide smile adorning his face.
Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Evart said you had a key to a door?
A key, huh?
He runs his finger through his
what
mustache.
Door is this key supposed to open?
I was hoping you could tell me.
Of course. I got you. You don't know anything.
He taps the side of his nose with a little wink.
I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
I saw an opportunity and I took it. I'm a hustle grinder. I heard something about a weasel and I didn't like didn't sound like a local polar weasel, if you know what I mean. Oh, wink. I'm not opening the door for myself. I'm opening it for all the working men.
I knew this man was a coming.
He smiles, tilting his head.
It's a good thing you're doing too. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter.
His gaze wanders off into the distance.
None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for?
He doesn't wait for your answer. Anything else I should know about this task, this Weasel person, when he'll be home?
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
The man takes a big sip from his flask.
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're who he is and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Okay. This guy is now willing to talk to me, so perhaps he knows things. Tell me about the Hardy Boys.
Los Hardys? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility.
Okay.
They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law.
He takes a
But
swig
really,
from
they're
his
just
flask.
like you.
Why are you striking?
We're negotiating our share.
Your share?
Aye.
He seems pleased with himself. Oh, okay, economy stuff, I get it. I want to talk to you about something else. Wait, not wages or pensions?
This stuff, they already covered.
At least you get the benefits, that's something.
It's not enough. Not enough to get ahead. More about keeping us in our place.
How large of a share?
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in
yeah,
the
we've heard
This
this.
seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grad. But don't say that out loud.
Are you a communist?
No.
He pauses to think for a
I don't
moment.
think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all.
Okay.
Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
But the stuff you do aligns admirably well with the world of Republic. Why not call yourself a communist?
I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos.
He takes a swig from his flask.
They have good analysis. But my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code, then I will have to submit to a new one. Which may well be communism.
Okay. Just so you know, my character has decided to become the father of communism, so I'm leaning into all those dialogue options.
He knows who he is, firmly grounded, has no need to reinforce or elaborate his political identity to himself or others.
It sounds like you're a communist who thinks he isn't doing enough to call himself one.
See, I'm primarily a lazy person.
He looks very amused. I was just thinking about some private joke or mystery. Can you tell me about Everard?
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him.
He shrugs.
In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
What does bossing a union entail anyway? Personally, I think Everett's just skimming a lot off the top for himself.
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief.
And they said that.
He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties. Watches out for his own.
You mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
I mean, his setup seemed a bit eccentric to me.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion.
Yeah, fair.
Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This guy's very laid back. Takes everything in stride.
Has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
You seem to have spent a lot of time thinking about the political situation.
Sure. I've had the necessary free time.
He spreads his arms wide.
Fortunately, there's always time.
Using the reach to show how much time he has.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing.
Okay.
It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool.
Thank you, Encyclopedia.
That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends.
Maybe I am a boyero. It doesn't sound that cool. It sounds antiquated, obsolete, passé. It's not disco.
The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be. An endless torrent of time.
Alright. Kuno told me you're supposed to know about the armor.
He
smiles.
Good on his promise.
His promise?
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know.
Hey, this isn't Choo Choo Charles. I'm so sorry, Salif from... I'm in the middle of a very a very interesting playthrough. But I have noted your want of Choo Choo Charles.
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know?
Just so you know, there is the ability to suggest a game for me to play for a mere 5,000 channel points. Or notches in this instance. And that will end up in the raffle for when I eventually do one of those.
So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock.
Continue.
Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble.
He smiles.
One bad move is all it takes.
I mean, the brief screen cap of that game definitely got me interested, but I don't want to look too much into it, just in case I do decide to check out this Thomas the Tank Engine murder game. I'm guessing murder? I don't know. So Kuno used you to what, scare you?
It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
He contemplates taking a swig from his ass. The probe into the armor. What did you learn?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
Okay, anything else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
What kind of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library.
He explains with a wry smile.
Just how it comes off.
How come?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove.
So this feels like a optional side thing where I could like collect all the pieces of the armor.
So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
Oh! Thank you for this 2 months of Prime, my friend. You don't know what Twitch points are? So below chat, you can see there's a little symbol that accumulates. There is now a message. Yeah, you get the benefit of being subscribed. Congratulations. Yeah, below chat, there's like a little thing that accumulates points the longer that you watch. And you can redeem them for mild benefits. It seems like a lot of clicks. I'm sorry that you are overwhelmed by options. There are 2 parts missing. The gauntlet and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. 4 pieces are up for grabs then. But I already sent the boots away.
I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least.
Hold up. What about the leggings?
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
Is that because my character... Oh wait, my character can wear pants. Okay. I'm gonna find 1 piece of it. 1 is enough.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armor too. The one the bullet hits.
Good call.
Good luck if you go for those boots though.
Thank you for your cooperation, sir.
Wrestling. No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
Do you know the way?
The mercenary, eh?
He shrugs.
Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing?
He shakes his head solemnly. The Merc was hanged with a very specific type of cargo belt, one often used in heavy transport areas. For example, harbors.
What a thought.
He scoffs, looking shocked.
Why would naval workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course.
I mean, I know how they were pushed in this instance, I'm pretty sure.
You're that guy. was an enemy combatant.
Hold up, what does that mean?
He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
I know who killed him. Why am I asking this
I ain't
question?
the murdering type. But that
5 experience points, that's why.
Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Thank you. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search.
Good talk. Alright, cool. Another thing off the list. Kuno lied to you. God damn it, I gotta go talk to Kuno again. Alright. Time to deal with that. Time to deal with the little shit. One of these days I'll eventually be done talking to this guy. But that day is not today.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I talked to Manya about the armor.
So?
He raises his eyebrows, projecting aggressive indifference. He told me you promised to sick the pigs on him?
Yeah, so?
He doesn't understand.
Kuno did sick the pigs on him?
Kuno's a man of
his word.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like Jello.
Uh-huh.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you.
Uh-huh.
That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Whatever, kid.
What is this? Trying to be cool with your new asshole? Kuno was just being nice to you.
He waves you
You
off.
got fucked bad. Now limp the fuck after this shit. You better have something real interesting to say.
Yeah, real interesting.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'm
Kuno
off.
doesn't.
Later, Kuno. Track down my badge. Who put the... Ask Kuno if he knows anything about the victim's clothes in the trash. Who else has unauthorized asking to the whirling trash? Find this person and you'll know who tampered with the scene. It may take a while. I guess I never followed up with Kuno about the stuff in the trash. Hello, Kuno. We're back.
Does Kuno care? Yeah. The kingdom of Kuno.
Dead man's clothes were in the trash container.
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno.
I need to know. It may lead to investigation. Someone may have been tampering.
Listen.
He
Kuno
stops you.
doesn't care about this small time shit. Just listen. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. 500 real.
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters F-A-L-N running down his trouser leg.
Alright, entertaining. What's so great about these pants?
Hey, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch.
A performance crotch.
Made over by scientists. Pants scientists.
Aerodynamic pants.
Believe it, you need this shit.
Okay. He unzips his jacket to give you a quick peek at the plastic-wrapped pants. They are graphite black and looked brand new.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness.
Oh my.
Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready. They will also make you into an idiot.
Perfect. No, Kuno, you don't know anything about the tampering I've investigating. And I already have pants. I found them in the dumpster.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for fouling anyway, pig.
There was also a mug in the trash.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again?
Yes. Does this racist mug have anything to do with it?
Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain.
He's got that fast brain.
You pigs are after the mug fucker. Cause he's the clothes fucker.
Uh-huh.
Can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder.
That's
Kuno.
exactly what I am saying, Kuno. Someone has tampered with the crime scene. Come clean some of it up.
Shit, that's tense.
He thinks for a
Someone's
moment.
going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
He nods in approval.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But if you find out, maybe you can...
Tell the Kuno who it was.
He's curious. Ooh.
He likes putting 2 and 2 together.
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching. Get away from my Kuno.
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face.
Uh-huh. Ever climbed the ladder?
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get
So you
Kuno
would say the
killed.
ladder is unclimbable?
What does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking actor.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
What's in the greenhouse?
Dunno.
He shrugs.
Gardener used to work there?
Kit is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Areopagite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Areopagites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
Hold on, the gardener used to work there?
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno.
She actually works for the Union.
The fuck does this have to do with the Kuno? Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Alright.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
+1 savoir-faire, +1 physical instruments. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're so cool.
Kuno doesn't...
Okay. You and your conceptualization skill have to style the paperwork so it's cooler somehow. But on the lookout. But no, this will take some time. Victim's tattoos. Searching for the collar. Ruler's secret passage. Oh, right. Okay, let's go do that. Now that we got the key from Manana, let's go deal with this rat situation. This may perhaps be a poor decision to do without Kim around. But you know, sometimes you gotta learn to fly on your own. Especially if you're a superstar cop like myself. Right, it's around back. This way, right? Yeah. Here we go.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
I'm gonna put my ears to the door.
Leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw.
Don't hear anything.
In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
That's unsettling. Let's use the key.
You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. There might be important information in the apartment. I mean, there might.
Thank you, Logic. Okay. What do we got?
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others.
Well, I think I might have found where the super racist mug came from.
A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vague. There's something disdainful in the way the curves and lines of the bodies were drawn.
What do I mean by uncomfortable?
It looks like the artist is celebrating diversity, but underneath, he's just making fun of these people.
Yeah, it's cynical, slippery bastard.
You ain't gonna change someone's mind by calling them a bastard.
Whip out your yellow man mug and compare.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking line. The owner of this collection could be dumping his trash in the Whirling's container.
Okay.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues have a way of magically connecting to other clues down the road.
So this guy might be the one that threw our victim's clothes into the dumpster?
Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Oh. Is this really the same person who put the dead man's clothes in the trash?
Knows? Could be. But this clothes in the trash lead doesn't really seem like it's going anywhere. Still, good thing to keep in mind.
Okay.
You could ask Everard who this person is once you're done here.
Good to know. The smell of disinfectant in the room smells like chemicals. Whoever lives here admires fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles. Shirt. +1 logic. Is that better than drama? I think so. Look at that. I looked semi-professional. Instead of wearing this mesh tank top that shows off all my features. A book titled The Hidden World of Walking Sticks lies open. Alright. You can almost feel the warmth of the red sun on the flag.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
Didn't that one guy have a medal that looked like a sun as well? Which makes sense because it connects to the suzerains.
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle.
What's the sevenfold sun miracle?
It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Yeah, I'm not bowing to the flag.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags.
I'm good. I'm not bowing to the king's flag. Ooh. Hell yeah. Give me that magnesium. A small suitcase full of clothes. Guests are staying over? Okay. Well, I guess that's it.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
It is my duty as a cop to investigate every square inch of the world.
Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently for you to uncover them.
Thank you for agreeing with me. Also, new thought. The Jamrock Shuffle. Temporary research bonus, -1 esprit, confusing behavior. By now it's clear you like to look inside containers. You like to open doors and see what's behind them. Maybe secrets? Maybe more juicy containers? Let's be honest, you like all containers. Trash cans, utensil trays, manholes, coat pockets, secret containers left behind by the Philippian kings that hold forbidden relics. Okay, you haven't come across one of those yet, but one day. Wait. Is that why you're so hellbent on opening containers? Do you think you'll find the holy scepter of the Orbe de Montague? Well, now that you've said it, maybe. You can never cross out the possibility. Let's see. You have the key to the doors. Let Everett know you unlocked the door. I guess we gotta go back to Everett. Now that we went in there? Okay. I'm bored, Kuno! I'm so sorry that you were bored. Okay. Right, it's through that other hidden area to get on top. Oh, hold on. The book is titled Man from Heimdall and the Wildfire. Man of Heimdall might be the... Whoever was inside of that place I unlocked apparently might have been a fan of that series. Okay, let's go up. Before jumping down... Yeah, I never explored this side area. Hey, is that heals? That is healing. Nice. Bucket. Postcard. Nice. A little bit of money. This postcard depicts an ill-advised residential area overlooking the Jamrock Quarter. 13-story buildings line the hillside like sarcophagi, an ominous fog already rising from behind. These are the last boom years. In 39, the project fails catastrophically, leaving behind an opite and hepatitis B-infested slum. The Grand Coron. This doorway's gonna collapse. Very observant. Restoration pillars keep the runes together. Money. Take it. I need all the cash I can get. Okay, hold on. Like that. Okay. Is that more cash? Yeah. And even more cash? I have to go all the... I took the wrong way. Damn it. I unlocked the actual way to access this without having to jump off of a roof. Last time. So we have until 2 a.m. Though apparently, like, after a certain time, things get less active in the city. Eventually, I'm gonna need to figure out a way to get past Measurehead. When will that day be? Who knows?
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move."
Okay, let's attempt to dial a random number.
It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right?
I might try this again later. Damn it. No deep-seated phone numbers chilling in the back of my head. Bottles. So many bottles. This is like $1 worth of tear. Look at that, we got enough money for at least 2 more days of rent.
This is the night. What the chair is not as austere as.
Search for a little something something to
thin
do
grey
out.
pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box.
Read
however,
the side
oh
effects.
Boy, where to start? Maybe.
Yeah, nah, I'm not popping random pills.
An exit.
Probably not the best idea. Yeah, I will do a second playthrough in my own time where I play the drug-addled version of this character and see where that takes me. Like, just choose the super strong idiot that also is just a huge fan of narcotics. Alright. Ugh. This slug man.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always.
A pleasure as always.
Sit down, since you've already sat on that chair.
I told the drug union is involved. I'm told the union is involved in local drug trade.
What?
He smacks his forehead, completely
How could you say that to
flabbergasted.
me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
Yes.
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy.
No. No, I'm not.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend.
The man rubs his
But
temple.
You know what?
He perks up.
I trust you, like I trust all my friends.
Ugh.
And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
This guy is awful. I hate talking to him.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
I open the door. You asked me. Can we discuss the murder now?
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry.
Ooh, 70 experience? Hell yeah.
You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
He's trying to figure out if you're lying.
I did go inside. Weasel had the flag of the All Revachol on his wall.
Exactly the kind of fascist memorabilia I was expecting.
He shakes his head.
Weasel probably prays to it every night for the downfall of the Union.
He was testing you, and you succeeded.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why.
He pretends to roll up his
Police work is
sleeves.
going to start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is going to be good.
There was a collection of colonial mugs there, and I found a similar mug in the trash with the hangman's clothes.
Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment.
He grabs his head with both hands.
Light years ahead of me.
No!
I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do what I do best. Helping people. With the power of politics.
Do you think this weasel has something to do with the case?
Oh, no.
No.
I don't cross paths like that. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you.
Uh-huh.
Oddly, it seems to be true.
But this weasel might have cleaned up after the killers.
Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this.
Uh-huh.
But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
He imitates bashing something with an imaginary baton. Great technique. You'd make a great sergeant. There's more to police work than whacking an imaginary baton.
Oh, you're too kind, Harry. Way too kind.
He chuckles.
I know I'm not a real police officer. You are.
Uh-huh. I've heard about the connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it.
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps.
I'm listening.
Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group.
Uh-huh.
They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
Our victim?
A security contractor. Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship.
Fellowship.
They hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire.
Uh-huh.
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramoritsa. You name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant.
Hold on, you have a village elephant? And you're just telling me about this?
No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village. But
Mm.
the mercs and their brutality are very real.
Go on.
Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see.
Yes.
If I need
Compartmentalized.
to go somewhere, they just move my container.
He laughs. Wait, they moved the container?
Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it.
Uh-huh.
But enough about me and my fun container.
His face
The killers
turns
the company
serious.
hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types.
3 of them.
One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey.
He shakes his
Even their own
head.
negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
How did he end up hanging from that tree?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers.
True.
We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough, and we push back. And when we do,
He raises his
we
finger.
push to kill.
Wait, the whole neighborhood is in on it?
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base.
And who exactly did the pushing?
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people
Yeah, the Hardy
whose
Boys.
duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
Yes.
They're like you. Idealistic people who want to make sure that bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Yeah, this guy's basically running a crime syndicate under the guise of being a union rep.
Again, that sounds like...
Or a union head. You believe they killed the hangman?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him.
He chuckles.
I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Boss, we killed this guy because he was a piece of shit and he was harming our cause. Here, take 2 weeks severance. Lay low. Are you not afraid that we're going to be arresting them?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in.
He chuckles.
Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
The gardener.
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
How do we know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company?
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people.
He slams his fist on the desk.
It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you think the security contractor organized the scabs? Okay. Thought. So there's like the big guy that's like whipping up the scabs. Perhaps he's also one of these hired mercenaries from the company. Okay.
You said it, Harry. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal.
You mentioned a lawyer girl?
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Tell me about Titus Hardy.
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members.
Yeah, sure.
Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
What more can you tell me? Who's second in command? Who's the most violent?
Harry, they're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Revachol in mind.
I'm sure.
Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the street.
He's betting on them being useless to you.
Everett, I met these Hardys. Can you ask them to cooperate with me?
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk.
I highly doubt that.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say.
Okay.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
He hands out a banknote. Wait, why are you giving it to me?
I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
The last time I accepted his money, it negatively affected one of my roles. I don't need it. I only wanted your help with the Hardy Boys.
I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else?
Good talk. Let's conclude for now. He leans back.
I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left.
He says, slowly shaking his head.
I just can't.
A man of the left? So you have to be a social democrat. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
That's just me. I take care of me. I'm a hustler. What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are. I mean, my character does want to become the father of communism.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is. Company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this fortress of mine, and I need to get a message out. Will you help me?
What do I need to do for you, Everett?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper.
Post
and
that in
then mail
envelope.
it to my accountant in La Delta.
So, I'm interested to see if the game tries to pull a bait and switch on me on some point, because I know that this guy has a twin brother that looks exactly the same as him, except he doesn't have a lazy eye. So, I'm going to keep an eye on the portrait of this guy, just in case the game tries to be like, yeah, it's Everett, but then loses the lazy eye. What are these signatures for?
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry.
Where is this place?
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Thank you. What will happen to the current
They are
occupants?
just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre.
Like a
designed by
king.
The best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Are you 100% sure we won't end up with a bunch of homeless people?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them.
I'm sure.
We're going to build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour.
I'm going to accept this task because I feel like I need this guy's cooperation.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here.
Hands you an open wide
You
envelope.
need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water line.
Alright, so I can't
but
do
they
this
should
until
fix it by
tomorrow.
Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist.
I met Joyce.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see.
He adjusts a button on his
I hope you're
sleeve.
getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
This very much sounds like a union versus corporate situation. Just pals?
Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy.
I told Joyce that I met you.
It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine.
Aha. What happened to the previous negotiator, Mr. Gaumont?
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
He made concessions for the company in previous negotiation. Why would you let an ally like that go?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
You called him a midget.
Harry!
He explains
I have little people
indignantly.
in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
No one is. The writing in this game. Joyce said the previous union leader vanished under suspicious circumstances.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait.
The man frowns
When she got back,
disapprovingly.
the whole thing was over.
Uh-huh.
Wait, There was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Drama. Yeah, nah, we're good.
Yes, please, Harry. Feel free to speak your mind or ask me anything.
Everard, Joyce seems to think the Union is lowballing her.
Yes, yes. Low-balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Why don't you let her in to see you?
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her.
It's simple.
It's as simple as
okay,
that.
let's talk about something else.
Harry, let me just assure you one more time. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret.
Why does he keep saying... He just keeps repeating that.
Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everard doesn't mind.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Thank you, conceptualization. I'm gonna leave now.
See you soon, Debarger.
The big man raises his hands.
Not too much.
Alright. White envelope. I can interact with that. A white envelope with a stamp attached to the upper right corner. Handed to you by Everett Clare. Inside are some legal documents with two names printed on them. Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. Both signatures are required.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Look at the zoning plan.
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street and the square between the existing houses. It's 3 stories tall.
This feels like it might be a bit too much for a youth center.
It's going to be awfully close to the already existing buildings, almost wall to wall, practically integrating them. This is either an ominous or cool architectural choice.
Thank you, Inland Empire.
Hard to say. My money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite.
Conceptualize. You're the intrusive thoughts conceptualization. Alright. 92% chance.
There is no loophole. The simple truth is, the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
What are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap.
Gotcha. So it's like, it's a move to strong-arm these people out of their property.
Well, you could trick Everard. Get some random people to sign the document. By the time the union boss finds out, your business here will be...
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to screw some people out of their homes for this fat cat. So let's go with the falsify the signatures option. Let's take a look at this chewing gum too. A gleaming chewing gum wrapper found in the pocket of the laborer jeans. It gives off an ever so faint scent of apricots. Your mouth starts to water.
Crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti Frutti. It smells faintly of apricots, with a barely noticeable twinge of cinnamon.
Apricot and cinnamon?
You feel compelled to point out that there's nothing fruity about cinnamon. It's a spice derived from tree bark.
Cinnamon's not a fruit.
Can a used wrapper shrug? Seems like that's what the wrapper is doing somehow. This is not about flowers or bark. What is this about?
Character.
Why are you looking at this wrapper?
Harry just staring at a wrapper, being like, "You fucking liar." Why do I even care about this?
Question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper. Yet you're drawn to it. Drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt yourself with a Tutti Frutti wrapper. Throw it away, please.
I'll just hang on to it.
Carefully fold the wrapper into a square. before putting it back into your pocket, lovingly even, despite the strange feeling of regret.
That was a thoroughly strange interaction that I just had there. Okay. Find a way into the secret bed. There are a strange door in the whirling. No one knows where to lead. Find a way in and see what hidden's there. Ray or 8. Sing karaoke. Get a hold of a sad song on tape. Talk to Joyce about reality. Track down my gun. I got time. I got 15 minutes before I want to wrap up the stream today. So let's go talk to Joyce for a while about reality. Since I don't have Kim with me. So here's a thought that I'm having. There are healing items that heal you for 3 at one time. There's items that also improve your morale by 3. So does that mean that I am going to get brutalized? Like, am I going to start running into things that do more than 1 point of damage? Because currently, that hasn't been the case. So, it makes me curious as to why I have the ability to level up these numbers. A notice. In case of a strike, press button behind guard. Okay. So that gives me another... alright. All the stuff with the measure head is just like an alternative way to talk to Everett. Makes sense. Alright, let's go to the docks and talk to Joyce. Currently, the only person in this game outside of the bookstore owner's daughter that seems like a normal person. I mean, I guess they're all, like, residents of this area, and it's clearly, like, a very downtrodden, poor, drug-riddled area, so I guess it stands to reason that the residents of it would be a little unhinged.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I spoke with the lorryman at the roundabout.
Contrary, officer. There are yet camionneurs you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised. In a time like this, it would be strange if Wild Pines didn't have eyes on...
Oh, you're watching me. Delightful.
They must have someone in an overlook position, near the gates.
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects.
I've got some more questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What times are these?
These are unimportant times, Detective.
Puts her finger to her lip, then points at you.
Born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth. What's the big time?
The revolution.
Ah, and what is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
I see.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Did the communist anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Truly a kerfuffle.
Yes. The Insulindian deluge, they call it.
I had a deluge in my head.
Yes. An acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse.
Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposite side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew.
Alright.
The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing, so he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place.
Yeah, so Guillaume was the third king who lived well beyond his means in a bunch of lavishness and spent all of the country's, a lot of the treasury, and then fucked off when things got bad and gave it to his nephew in his place, who would be the one that had to reap all the consequences. Cool.
Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Okay, and by liberals, you mean...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement.
Okay.
Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
Fair.
She's one of them. Of course.
Of course. If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you said the liberals already took everything, though.
The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground.
She stomps her rubber-booted
foot. The
foot.
ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the coalition?
The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head.
Okay.
At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
Interesting.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
I don't think I'm a moralist, ma'am.
Of course.
She sizes you head up.
Not easy to be moderate
She
about
sizes you up.
shooting in your line of work.
Rooty tooty, pointy shooty.
Rooty tooty, pointy shooty.
That's the way of history.
What's with this when was this kerfuffle?
Turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in 02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
What did this Zarath do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
No way.
Indeed. Zarat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
Interesting.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in 08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer,
She spreads her arms, raincoat flapping in the wind.
Zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie? A pair of pants?
Hey, I didn't have to pay for these pants. Just saying. Our lives are very different from each other.
Doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
Right. The game did say that we're basically living in a police state. So it's run by the Coalition of Nations, who's like a conglomerate of military forces. And I, being a police officer, technically I'm an enforcer of that.
The Zone of Control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the Suzerain and the Commune.
What happened to the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, coloured plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Wait, you're saying it's been like this for 43 years?
Time flies.
What have we been doing all this time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And after that?
The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
That's when they discovered disco.
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are.
She curtsies.
Welcome to reality, baby.
I got a lowdown on reality. Look at that.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Which side was Wild Pines Group on?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
They chose wisely.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
You would have sided with the king?
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too.
She thinks.
Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
I asked you. I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like Zerat drove people mad. I would have killed more. I would have positioned myself very precisely. I would have made it out with the mineral rights.
So a quarter of humanity,
she calculates,
simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion? A complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago.
Liquidate the rabid, prion-infested dogs who want to kill everyone with cleansing artillery fire. With privatized healthcare and a work ethic that does not turn your brain into sponge tissue. Okay, maybe it's about with some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research
Good
program.
hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to it. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party,
Enough about the times.
They are what they are. Who knows? Anyway, enough sent.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
I want to know what you are. None of these were affected. Interesting. She hums.
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
What are you?
I am the vilest of the vile.
She says with a sudden
traitor,
flash of teeth.
A devourer of nations and infants.
What?
I am an ultra.
What?
She raises the corner of her mouth, smirking, revealing a canine.
Dios mio! A liberal! She nods slowly.
I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a ship wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight.
She looks into your eye.
You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself, do you...
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A devil.
She
who,
pronounced.
being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Via devil.
I hope so. I hope we are able to continue as friends, despite my scaly bulk. And the insanity, bloodshed, and transfer of wealth that took place here. It was not the plan all along. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
She turned her gaze to the Delta. Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinaise a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition.
Oh.
Not here in Martinaise, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake.
She realizes her small, cold fists are clenched.
She loosens them. Oh.
Then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Alright, so she's not a fan of the coalition.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes.
An oil fire on the ocean.
Oil fire on the ocean.
You're a smart woman.
Perhaps.
Her ears chime as she nods.
My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
So am I. No. Or intellectuality will be my undoing.
And the crown on your head as you lay in the casket.
You're a patriot.
Yes. I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife.
She closes her eyes and opens them again.
Now, shall we return to reality?
Alright. It's 10 o'clock. I feel like that's a decent ending point. We'll pick up the conversation.
Glad to have been of assistance.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinaise.
Uh-oh. That's me, Miss Reasonable, somewhere to go. Someone's got to keep it sane around here. This is because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff, isn't it?
It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin, but something tells you.
All right, we'll finish this thought, and then we'll call the stream.
It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience.
First, where is this Kingdom of Conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful.
And how does one bring about these circumstances?
Incrementally.
I see.
History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually. Increment by increment.
Okay, but what's the Kingdom of Conscience actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Sounds incredible. Alonzi. Let's go there right now.
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking things slow?
Oh, right. Then let's get there. Eventually?
That's right. Remember, Real democracy is just around the corner for Rivershaw. When that real democracy kicks in, a long time from now, we are all going to be so much happier.
You got it. Alright, cool. -2 half-light. Cool. We will pick this up tomorrow. And hopefully we'll move on to Wednesday, which should include opening up a new area of the game. Because it seems like there's a few things that I can't do just yet until I can cross the river. But we actually, like, made a decent amount of work through our tasks. Yeah, we made pretty decent progress today. I'm happy with how it went. Alright, cool. Thanks to everyone who stopped by, watched the stream. Thanks for the new follow. Heysa, much appreciated. And I will be back on tomorrow night. Have a good night, everyone.